right, everyone, let's get started. I have moved my microphone a little bit, so if there is any sort of sound anomaly aside from the normal scuff, either way, just tell me. But let's get started with today's programming broadcast. We do have some kitties to go over. Sammy is on my lap getting back scratches. Also had an opportunity to brush her fur a little bit. Which she is remarkably tolerant of as long as I don't make too many sudden movements towards some of the, essentially the toolboxes nearby, because she's always wary of me getting out the nail clippers. This guy is up in his tree. We have the siblings, Mason and Sherbet, over on the bed, and then we have Ember, likely watching some critters outside on the window, outside the window. This is tradition. Let's keep an eye on the bed. We do have the most traffic there. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to try that name, but I'm going to get it wrong. Almost certainly. Is it Andika? But in any event, hello and welcome. And hello, Oleg. Ah, well, I don't feel too bad then. So on last stream, we spent a few hours trying to figure out how to get a sine wave to work. And we were doing it very wrong. So as might be apparent, I have corrected that. So we can go in now, and if we add a multiplier here, we change the frequency. And if we add a multiplier here, we change the amplitude. This can be cleaned up. Or this should be cleaned up. And I do want to verify some of this. But so if I change this, so we're going to add a multiplier here. See, we're getting a little more wiggle. Let's put a 10 in there. A lot more wiggle. Put a 0.5 in there. Now, it will affect all of the existing ones based on what I'm doing. In reality, like when we actually do this, we're going to have some variables. I have decided on speed as far as our frequency modifier, and then I want to add a scale marker to all of them. So we'll go from there. And hello Dodd, and hello is it Valkyr or is it Valker? But we can also mess with our amplitude. No, I know 10 is hard to see. Valker. Okay. But we've got our curve working. Hooray. So we're going to put speed here. And we are going to leave this at 2 for the time being. Unknown, this is a game that we're making. We're making a Vampire Survivors style game. We're working on ways that things move in the game at the moment. There's not really any gameplay to be had just yet, but we're getting there. I want to get this curve to be something really visible before we move on. It looks about right to me. Okay, we're going to try... We're going to try a couple of things here. So we know that this works. This is essentially we're pushing the vector in a direction based on the current y of the sine curve. We are going to try one of the things that we did just previously. So this is, we have determined the direction to the position, but we've limited the curve, the vector to the speed that came in. So if we do this, this will tighten it up significantly. Well, thanks for swinging through. So in theory, if we now go in and change our templates such that our velocity on the incoming thing is faster, I think that still throws it off a little bit. Let's increase our frequency. We know that 5 has a notable effect. Okay, that stretches our frequency out. If we slow it down, we don't have the spawners being created or altered dynamically, so they don't change in reaction to our effect here. Okay. The other one should increase the frequency, though. We may have to fall back and not have this be test. We might just have to apply a force, which means it will technically speed up. Okay, that's still about right. So let's keep that at about... We'll actually keep that at 1. Then we're going to increase that amplitude. So we're going to have to come up with a scale vector variable here and put that in place. What I want is that 96 is effectively going to be our 1 as far as world units are concerned. It's 1 square per second. Anything else is going to be a multiplier of this. Sammy found a toy mouse and has yowled. But no, I think this is about right. So, next test, we do need to change this. We're going to make some basic variables here. Hey there, White Wolf. So we'll get those in there. Then we're going to start messing with... I think this is okay. So we're going to clean that up. We're going to get a scale variable built into movement objects. And we'll get that set. How was the day? Day is going pretty well. I was hoping to start a little bit earlier, but, you know, that didn't happen. A bit earlier than the early start that we got here. Wait. Mine? Okay, yeah, even earlier than this, but this is still sufficiently early, I think. It'll keep us within the 6-hour limit. The anti-YouTube shenanigans limit. Okay, so we want movement objects to have a scale here. So there are two things I want to have, is each one can have a scale, each one can have a speed. This is set when we're configuring them. Then we can also have multipliers passed in. But I think if we work from... We'll think on that. But for the time being, we'll have them passed in, which means a movement template does need a scale value. This is going to break a couple of things. And then each movement object needs a scale. Yep. We're going to stop there. I changed some variable names, Dodd. I want to do that. I will periodically decide that I have a better name for a variable, and by changing it, it's going to make a bunch of things explode. So random direction doesn't need a real speed value. Move to the right should have the basic speed value. I kind of want these to be multipliers. So if I do 1, 1, and 1, that should get me the default for whatever it is. Let's get that in our constants right now. Let's just use square width as our basis here. So if we go in move to the right, so we have our speed. We're not going to use speed that way. We're going to say, we're going to add in square width. So no matter what, speed is always going to be a multiplier of square width, like the actual speed. When it comes to movement, this is where it's going to get interesting pretty quick, though. So anytime we're moving, we want to move in terms of square width. This will have different impacts, but this gives us a default. That means that we're dealing with multipliers. I think that's a convention that we want to start here. Then we know that this is a really big value, but we're going to come up with some constants here. I'm going to assume that's spelled right. Float is equal to to say square width. Right, those multipliers are going to be affected by alterations to the projectile. So there will be alterations that say make it faster, or alterations that say make it bigger, or the reverse, make it slower, make it smaller. Hey there, Lucas. So we don't need base frequency in here. Actually, let's do that. Square width. So speed is a multiplier now. And then okay, we're not going to be able to use base frequency as a constant inside this object, so we're just going to use constant square width here. Okay, and then we're going to use base amplitude times scale. Then in our templates here, we need to make sure that we're still getting let's get our move to player updated as well as some of our others. I might change some of these so that it's yeah, let's put a variable in here for legibility. There we go. We're going to put in variables so that it is clear what we're doing. This is one of the things that I had to look up the math. We want 2 pi here as our basic cycle. That, and then looked equal to this, that, and there. That's right, Lucas. We bounced our head off of the issue as far as how to get the sine wave to do what we wanted yesterday, and I had to revisit it in order to get it working right. Okay, so we're gonna name these appropriately here. Take Y change in here. Okay. There we go. So this should still work. We got to make sure that we've got all of these set in our templates. One, and let's get these in here. 1 and 1. Yeah. Each movement this entity oh. Player. One and 1. Forgot to adjust the player template. But I just did. Oh, no, I didn't. I keep doing that. Is if you set the array size, it will populate a bunch of effectively 0 or blank values into it. But what I wanted to do is add an element of 1, not increase the array size to 1. Movement should have a scale value now. Yeah. It exists. I'm misspelling it. Okay, no, it's on the entity template. Scales. All right, I broke something, as is tradition. So it's going back and forth, which is not what we want. Let's make sure to get all of this in here. So you can see they're moving like left-right in the curve, with very little as far as like amplitude and similar. So we have a fundamental problem here. Let's check our S-curve on our entity 2. All of our scales are correct. Let's get in here. Nice move S-curve. Never being called. Oh, that... I was in a non-breakable position. Let's get here. Frequency is 96, yep. We get our iterations. This is our just a number from 0 to 2 pi. Then our amplitude to use is 10. Our Y change is... we're going downward, yep. Y change rotated. Doesn't change because we're moving to the right. And our... let's verify our entity to move its target direction. Its target direction should always be to the right. It's going to go to the right. It's going to go down. We're going to get our current position aiming towards the adjusted position. So that multiplied by the existing length of the target movement. And we're going to set it to our rotated movement instead. Let's mess with this template. We are going to... oh. No, move to the right. Should be a multiplier now. Let's... we slow it down to only move 96 to right. Hello, King. We go into our scale and we double that. Interesting. Okay, this increases our frequency. If we reduce our frequency, we see it wobbling, But why is our... So I need to set our defaults properly here. The fast and slow is the S-curve motion, but it's being constrained to a very tight amplitude because of the speed of motion. I'm going to reduce the frequency. This was correct until we added in the bases here. Okay, our frequency is really bad for this. So we're going to remove square width from that. There we go. So now it's as we increase the speed of a S-curve, faster S-curves increase in frequency, which tightens them, because it only moves along the path as fast as the incoming speed. So as this gets higher and higher, right now, it tightens up. Because the yarn ball only moves so fast per unit time. So then if I increase the speed of moving to the right proportionally, now we're going to increase the amplitude. So amplitude slows it down as well, because it has more time, more pathway top and bottom that it needs to go through. So we want to get these default values to a clean amount here. Tight frequency. That's interesting. That's a really high frequency, though. That's because I'm affecting the wrong value. So that's a speed of 96. This is the value that we're messing with here. So this is a very small this is a 0.5 frequency. Here's a 1 frequency. So if we make it so that the speed of the projectile is impacted, so we could just use adjusted position here. Or we could do this. We could just add Y rotated. So if we did that to this plus Y rotated. Now this intrinsically speeds up the projectile, see? So we have to be careful about how the amplitude works in that case. So that's why we're not doing that. We are tightening it up. So if we make move to the right go faster, then it moves further each time. So we get more time in each part of the arc. So here's triple speed. So the movement speed coming in acts as a multiplier as well on the other values. Because we're effectively rotating the incoming value. If I make... Here, we're gonna create an example here. Where did it end up? I'm going to duplicate all 3. So this is the same general entity, but instead of S, we're going to remove the S curve from it. And we're going to make it slightly... we're going to give it a little pink hue here. Then we're going to go into our game entity and we're going to add that spawner in too. Not color modulating, actually. That's weird. Oh. Because we were overriding the color modulation. Okay, these are both moving the same speed. So you can see this, the arc is essentially slowing down the left-right progression. So then if I lower the speed in both of them, which is this little guy here, so that tightens the amplitude. The impact of amplitude and frequency is impacted by the incoming speed. So then if we go in and say that it's 1, 1, As you can see, this has a huge impact on how fast it moves. We want the base frequency, I think, to be noticeably lower than this, because I want the 1 value to feel good. So here's the current default. This is with no changes. I feel like we need to add a speed multiplier to the resultant vector, to the rotated vector, as we're doing this, because otherwise the incoming speed is impacted too much. But I don't know what ratio to use here. Let's reduce the frequency that these are being produced. Let's give it 5 seconds to produce one. Yeah, with the default values, it's less than half as fast. So how do we combat that? I feel like we need to add... Like, this is the adjusted position. But really, we're just adding the Y change rotated in, right? That would change our default amplitude. We need to account for that. So I said we were going to start with another one, but we're really focused on this one for now. So the projectile accelerates based on this. Yeah, look at that. So the purple ball is not S-curving. The pink and blue one is. So now we're going to increase our base amplitude to 2. I like that. What do you think, folks? I like the idea that the incoming speed is not slowed. I do want the base amplitude to be more, though. Not 10, though. Okay. Now, let's increase the speed of the S-curve and see what happens. So the frequency is twice as much now. Did I change the frequency? No, I changed the scale. Okay. Does it stay at the same horizontal speed? Okay. Let's increase the scale here. Okay, we're getting to about 1 square up and down. Let's reduce the frequency again. Higher frequency results in lower amplitude. That's not really what we want to have happening here. Because I feel like a 5 bass is pretty good. Right there. So then double frequency. We still want to hit up here. So okay, we need to add speed into a multiplier with frequency because otherwise frequency is tightening amplitude, and we don't really want that. Yeah. So then... Ooh, that's going to go off screen. I like that. I think that's pretty good. So let's go back to our defaults. So this is an unmodified S-curve. If we change the incoming speed of the two of them now, we're going to have them move twice as fast. We still want it to hit up here. Yep. Faster incoming speed, longer. It makes the frequency seem longer. It stretches it. Yeah. Okay, I think we've got good defaults in here. This is our base multiplier. We need that 5 to make it look right. Actually, this is our scale. This is scale. So all pixel values are multiplied by 6. Six would be a nice consistent number. If I move him up... Oh. Let's move player here. Float is equal to constants square width times speed. We're going to move to where we're centered right about here. It's not quite the center of the sprite. But we're just about 2 squares up and down when we do this. I think that's about right. The times 6 seems to be right, which means we can go into S-curve. And instead of saying base amplitude, we're going to say constants sprite scale multiplier. Okay. Less people tend to like water. Straight line, move right. All right. Now we do one more test here. We're going to go into the game and we're going to set them back to have a spawn interval of 1 here. We don't need entity 3, template 3 now. It's going pretty well. We've got our S-curve movement right, I think. We're about to find out. Okay, so right now we have move right. We're going to change this to move straight line, which means it's going to be influenced by random direction. We get an interesting effect. It looks like we're throwing arcs, but you can see they'll start to curve back periodically. Okay, we've got S-curve in place. Now, we want to look at some others. I do want to get to orbit soon, where it tries to kind of circle around its current position. But let's look at a spiral now, where we're going to kind of rotate the vector. We're going to try to keep spinning it around. I think an outward spiral is a pretty good one. Wait a minute. Why does move right have that arrow? Oh. It extends movement. That extends movement. Okay, no dependencies. Weird. I don't like the implications that there's a symbol that I don't recognize. Anywho. spiral. So now we get moved to the right. Need to make sure that we're getting movement type in these properly. So our movement pool it's in constants. So So if you don't recognize it, this is our pool model, and the reason that we're doing this is so that we never have to create objects if we can avoid it. Creating and removing objects in the engine is expensive. Eventually, the garbage collection has to happen, and it is pricey as far as performance. By having these object pools, we're saving a great deal of frames per second. Spiral, let's get this in here. It's the same thing for now. So we're in a similar boat here to the S-curve. We want to make sure... Actually, no, we're not in a similar boat in that we're curving it around. We don't want the projectile to slow down, but this is very much a rotation scenario. So... we want to be able to use last angle directly. Let's use degrees. It's easier to read during the process. Hello, Jelly. Welcome. Welcome to anybody that is lurking as well. Lurking is fine. If you just want to listen to what I'm saying and listen to the music. Well, Jelly, I try to greet everybody regardless. It's not... I try not to have or condone or encourage a transactional model when it comes to this. But hello, Jelly. Welcome. And Jorn. Welcome, everyone. Still a small enough channel, so the ability for me to actually address people is, well, it can happen. I can't guarantee that I'll notice. I don't mind if you want to chat. We're doing a lot of coding, so I will get distracted. And just try not to monopolize chat with spam. But if you're actually conversing, asking questions, that kind of thing, that's not spam. Okay, so we have a last angle, and we're going to rotate at a rate based on speed. I recognize the name Jorn. I can't say that I necessarily recognize you personally, but the name rings a bell. We're going to have to come up with a base degree change. But let's say... You know, why don't we check on the kitties? See how they're doing. And how many can we see? Now, I don't know where Sammy is, then. There is a decent possibility that Sammy is behind the curtain, near the window, or on the bed up and right of Mason and Sherbet. Sky is still in his tree, and Ember is still across from the keyboard. Sherbet is effectively in Sammy's spot right now. Ah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. So she is likely up and right from those two. I want to be careful. The last angle plus equals base angle change. Times speed times delta. Changes last angle change modulo 360. Can I do that? Nope. Okay. Integer is equal to last angle divided by 360. It's a float. Last angle is equal to last angle minus 360 times iterations. Extra operations, but this constrains last angle so that it isn't an unbounded float. We don't want it to eventually overflow. Things get weird. Now we could just rotate the incoming vector according to this. So let's do that. Rotated degrees to radians, last angle. Okay, now we are going to go into our template for the yarn ball, and instead of we're going to put this back to move right, and instead of S curve we're going to reload our project. If you're curious about my playlist, the descriptions of my videos have a link to a playlist on Epidemic Sound. It is a subscription service in order to get access for the purposes of things like streaming, but you can just listen to the playlist there. Okay, so then we go into our template now that it's been reloaded, and instead of move S curve, we do move spiral. So it's rotating very slowly. We need to change that. Our base angle change will now be, let's say, 10. Okay. 30. I don't know why those were going that way. Okay, so this is creating an interesting result here. It's not really what we want. We want it to spiral out, not be tightened like this. Okay, so we don't want to impact then what amounts to horizontal speed. So we're moving to the right at a given rate. We want the space between the spirals to be about that. So we want it to continue to expand out from the point, but we also want this rotation to happen. So we want... We want to impact the resultant one. Just okay, so we have an incoming vector like this. But what we want is... I don't like it when the circles do that. So we want like an ever-expanding circle, you know? So this vector should be preserved. So we would get something like, you know, like that kind of thing where I'm still making steady progress this way. Not illustrated by it, but we should have each spiral, we're still getting the same movement per unit time. So it's going to be speeding up as it goes. But how we do? So there needs to be an outward force on it as well. So it's going to rotate accordingly. That's kind of working. Just for experimentation purposes, we're going to apply the same vector twice. This will make it like on screen twice as fast. Okay. So what's happening here is the force to the right is counteracting the rotational force here. This is making it rotate in a full circle. And scale won't do it. Speed influences how quick it's rotating. What if scale was... Okay, let's... Scale affects how big the spiral will be. And then we're going to multiply by speed here. And by scale. This isn't quite right. Because we're still going to get this circle. We need an outward force. But what would that outward force be? And how would we apply it? Actually, okay, so we're not rotating is the thing. This is another issue. This is the same issue that we had with the sine wave. We're not rotating. We're applying a vector in the direction of the rotation. So let's get a circle here. So at each point, we're doing this. But there's also this direction. So this should create, this technically creates an orbit, but it will be a rolling spiral. If I wanted to have an expanding spiral, the degree of change needs to decay over time. Okay, so let's start with hey there, Blue. Welcome. Okay, so speed of the spiral impacts the rate at which the angle changes. And then the speed is impacted by a decay caused by scale over time. So scale should increase over time. Resulting in a fraction. Okay. So scale will affect the decay rate. And then we're going to divide by last decay. Still. The delta is already in there, so we don't need to apply delta twice. Decay is happening really fast there. Really, really fast. All right, we're getting there. Oh, okay. Last decay starts at 1. Has to start at 1. Let's tighten the spiral up here. Still not quite right. Decay faster. Way too fast. I don't know that this algorithm is what we want. Want it to decay faster. It's too much. We're trying to get a default to the spiral here. Right. Should just leave this little guy in there, you know. Now we're going to add our reference entity. Oops. Removed him from the wrong one. This one just moves to the right. Okay, again, we need to get the outward force impacted by the horizontal velocity here. So, just like the last time, we need to increase the outgoing speed. So equal to this. Equal to rotated movement times speed times scale. But this isn't quite right. It's is the circle increases in size over time. I think we can do this algorithm differently, because what we're saying is that the circle's radius is proportional to the speed coming in over time. And what we want to do is apply a force related to a rotation to it. So we have the outward force of this coming in, and then we have a downward force related to the rotation. That we then have to apply. But how do we get that downward vector? Oh, okay. Okay. We choose which way the circle starts. So we could have it always starting to the right. So we're going to keep this idea of rotation in place. Oh, I don't know what the word for it would be, but it's kind of the it's not the centripetal force. We're gonna just say edge velocity. Is a vector 2 is equal to vector 2 right times square width times speed. Then we're going to rotate that vector 2. By that much. So this is, okay, this is where we should have the speed. This should be the scale. Equals last angle plus times speed times delta. Okay, speed controls how fast we rotate around the edge. scale is going to control the magnitude of that. This might be backwards, actually. Let's do speed here. Target movement plus rotated edge velocity. Oh no. Well, that's not working. This is creating that spiral. A forward moving spiral. I think we still need the concept of decay to it to make that work right. Just for the sake of testing this. Delta. Okay, once again, we created the we've created more of an orbit here. Not quite, but effectively. So again, I think to get what we want is we need the radius of the circle to increase as it moves. Which means we need the it's similar to this, but we're also applying a steadily increasing value to it. That gets us our radius initially. But that creates an ever-increasing value, which is a risk surface. We're unlikely to hit it, but we could. Let's set that aside for now. Float 0. Well, thanks for swinging through, Toba. So we have a radius, and we're going to say plus equals length times delta. No, we don't need that. Not that. It is constants dot square with We're going to put speed in there, but we'll continue after a quick break, folks. And we're back. Okay. So again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to apply an outward push based on the existing speed. But we don't want it... Okay. Let's think on this a minute. Vector 2 is equal to this. So we're pushing outward, and then we're also going to rotate accordingly. I'm going to make this a vector 2 is a vector 2.right. Sipping my beverage and spilled a bit. Oh. All right, outward force is going to be based entirely on what we've got here. That. Force rotated. Equals outward force. Outward force needs to increase over time if we want this to work. This is new math, Tess. We've got the sine wave working. Now we're trying to do an outward spiral. So we have our incoming movement, and we're adjusting it accordingly. Outward force is getting rotated, but it needs to accelerate over time. I think we can use this to help us here. We're going to take the existing radius of motion, the existing length of motion, to be our initial vector, and then we're going to rotate it based on the angle change. And then we're going to apply it. We have to decrease, because rotation is changing steadily. Load 0. We will need to make sure that we go in and we purge all these values properly. We've neglecting that. Not really what we want. Not really what we want. It is kind of doing the thing, but it's moving along, and that's... Because we still need to apply an outward force, but it needs to be in the direction. All right, let's double check this here. Okay, we're going to move to the right here. Here's our basis. So we're always going to have a base movement based on last magnitude. Here's our rotational angle. But I think we need to accelerate is part of the problem. Distance, square width, speed. Delta. Well, it's orbiting there. Okay. Float is equal to it needs to go faster proportional to the distance that it has traveled. If we want it to keep moving steadily, but that's not quite right. We can slow we slow the angle change. We're getting back to where we were. Can't be... We're getting there, but... There's our base angle change. A plus equals to K rate times scale. Last decay. And then our outward force scales with speed. Not correct. Make sure we're clearing this properly. Just in case. Think why is the rotation changing wrong here? Oh. Let's get that in there first. Our rate of spiraling is increasing. But why? Yeah, real quick here, let's switch over to the kitties for a moment. squares. A lot of still not what we want. Because we've got the general idea of orbiting a point. We can recreate that general concept by doing the kind of rotating a point out. Saying, like, what's the radius? Multiply that out, and then what's the speed? So I start with a right angle, or a right vector, times the default radius times the scale, and then I have a rotational speed, which is a downward vector from the right, or upward, depending on how I want it to rotate, but let's say it's down, and have that be fixed speed. So the radius should increase over time. It gives us a bigger outward force every time. So outward force needs to increase. If outward force increases, then we should still get the rotation that we want. So we keep the last angle. So kill the decay rate stuff. We want to increase our outward force steadily. But that should be based on scale. Speed should be the rate of rotation. So if we do last angle plus equals base angle change times speed times delta. This is how fast we rotate, and then we want how fast it increases in size. as a float is equal to outward force plus equals constant square times scale then we rotate it, then we apply it. Nyom. Okay, that infinitely accelerates. We don't want it actually scaling with speed. We need that to slow down. But we were already adding in delta there. It's not quite right. Okay, so this still gives us our rotation. Let's reconsider this. Get rid of last outward. We don't care about last outward. Our outward force does need to increase. So we increase it by default speed times scale times delta. So this will be pretty fast by default. But let's get that there. Now we're rotating it based on speed. This is our problem. Now we need to be increasing these in proportion to the rate of rotation, though. Not sure how to do this one. Like, at all. Because we need to accomplish the rotation, like the horizontal movement, effectively the horizontal movement outward. So ideally, the radius of the spiral is increasing linearly with whatever speed we've got. So kind of like this. The rate of rotation is constant. So it will seem to speed up. We want to apply vectors here that trace the edge of the circle. So we need to take our initial direction, what's coming in, and we're going to increase that by some motion, which should be like this thing. Like this should get us a left-right. So if we say the base angle change is 0, we're never changing the angle. And we're just applying scale times the default 1 square times delta. Like that. We're calling rotation, but it doesn't matter. This should just be moving straight to the right. Change is equal to 0. Armando, we are trying to make a game. Okay, so this is moving entirely to the right. Roguelike and Vampire Survivor style. So power-ups, kill lots of monsters, that kind of thing. We are we're building some building blocks for how we want weaponry to work. So how we want to change the way that things move. Right now, we're trying to create an outward spiral and failing at it. We are going to change it 60 degrees at a time. So this is where we started before. We are always moving it in whatever direction is supplied, and we're rotating it a fixed direction. So we're constantly pivoting it, but that's not really what we want to have happen. For the spiral, I think ultimately they should increase. And we can slowly decay the spiral. Maybe that's what we just ultimately have to do. So we're not moving it at all. Let's go back to the decay pattern. Float is equal to 1. Equal to we are using Godot, Armando. And if you have switched to PC, you can switch to widescreen using the link in the top there in the pinned messages. We have 2 screens going for different form factors. Then if we increase our base angle change here, we reduce our decay rate. Oops. Can't have that. Two 5 was a decent one last time. refresh it here. If we don't use floating point, we need to make sure that we include that 0.0 because Godot is outside of the variable we're storing it in. It's loosely typed. So if we don't... Okay, second time this has happened. The player's position is moving when it shouldn't. We still don't know why that's happening. Base angle is being reset. Base angle change. I'm going to make sure that that's 120. It shouldn't be, Tess. Yeah, we can get floating point artifacts. Little bits of wiggliness. But because world coordinates are in floating point, we can't let them get trimmed down to integers. It will fully truncate them unless we put these floating point values in. Oh, okay. It shouldn't be part of the projectile pool, though, because it should never be released. Like, we're creating it, but we're never letting it go. We're decaying so quick. Oh, okay, 1 minute. Stealth. So now the trick is we need to make sure that our horizontal speed is not impeded by this. So what we want is this guy should have been off the screen a long time ago. Oh, hey there, Terrence. Haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing? We're working on our game. So our speed should be increasing, I think, proportional to the decay rate. So that we're getting it off there at about the same time. But, you know, maybe we don't need to worry about that. We do need to deal with those little interior guys, though. We're dealing with math, Terrence. We're dealing with math. Should be the same there. We're effectively adding delta in multiple times if we do this. Yeah, it's our difficulty here. We have a way of making them spiral out. The problem being Okay, let's rethink how we're applying this. Right now we're just rotating it. But one way we could look at this. So again, if we're moving, this spiral moves along. But let's say we're not. We have this force here rotating around. And we also have an outward force. So this force should be steadily pushing the projectiles to the side. I think what I need is effectively this little triangle right here. I think I need this guy. And I need to rotate this around. This is not the radius of the circle, because this can be very big and this can be very big. This should control the ultimate radius of it. But as we move along, we should be able to control that. So let's see if that works. So let's look at two different variables here. We're going to keep last angle and base angle. Angle, we're gonna keep rotating around at a given pace here. So we're just gonna change based on delta. This is another thing that we could mess with, but let's keep it simple here. We have outward force is the default speed times our scale times delta. Then it's not really the name for it, but let's call it this. Vector 2 down times speed. Then we're going to rotate the sum of them. I'm using multiple variables just to keep all of the bits going. They're Zeeks or Zykes, or in any event, welcome. Plus the edge force. Then we're going to take sum of forces is rotated, and then we are going to add the sum of forces to it. This is steady is the problem. And it's the only force impacting it. We could decay the angle of rotation. I mean, we could go for the golden ratio spiral. But for the most part, I want... what I'm looking for is a steady expansion such that once one is spawned, that it would reach the edge of the screen at the same time as the purple one. Which I was hoping that we could get away with based on this. Now, we don't want to be applying the constant rightward force because that will make it rotate along that axis. And that's a different thing. That's a different concept. I mean, we have to decay the angle, don't we? Unless we want to increase the outward force each time. Okay, what? At each moment, the distance that it's traversing is increasing. So the exterior that it's traversing, if it were to make a full loop, is pi r squared. I'm on a PC, Ebo. And hello, Mish. What do we do? Well, thanks for swinging through, Armando. For those of you just joining us, we're making a game, and the thing that we're working on right now are patterns of movement for things. Well, thank you, Armando. And the pattern that we're working on at the moment is an outward spiral. So over time, the radius needs to increase, which would make this guy increase proportionally. So the radius does have to increase based on this outward force. For the most part, most of the cats will appear to sleep for the entire stream. You will see them occasionally get up and move around, like Mason is awake right now. But like many cat, they're asleep a lot of the time. They're conserving their energy for when they go completely insane at random intervals. Sky has joined me for some chest scratches here. Ember is still in her spot. She has flipped over to toast the other side. Sammy may still be on the bed, just off camera. Because I'd like to avoid trying to mess with the decay here. That's a weird variable to deal with. It can still work, and we may have to rely on it. We may yet have to rely on it. You'll get some movement out of Sherbet because he's one of those cats that likes to contort himself around to get comfy. Okay. So scale is going to be related to angle change. What am I doing for the summer? Probably more of this. Probably a lot more of this. We need a way to make the angle proportional to something else. I would like to have a good over time, but I think... All right. Once again, 0.25 is pretty good here. Equals a rate times scale times speed delta. Okay, so we're slowing down the angle's change rate by a smaller amount each time, divided by... Technically, the deltas should cancel each other out here. Not quite, actually. Okay, we need this, so last angle. So then this should cover our outward force. So we only need the edge force here. So edge force has to increase proportional to the way that we've decayed it. Or at least the current radius that has resulted. So this vector down, this edge of the circle, needs to lengthen based on what we've got here. And it should be generally proportional. This is really close. This is really close. So we are slowing it by... Okay. We're slowing it by about 25% each time. So initially it's going to rotate really fast. We want to mitigate some of that. What if we don't do that? Hey there, Niz. Welcome. I mean, that's interesting. We've got one of those early Mario Brothers like flame barriers here. Mish, if you look in the pinned messages in chat, there are two different YouTube streams going. So sometimes I'm talking to somebody that's in the other stream. I do not have the composite chat on screen because people can't be trusted. But yeah, if it seems like I'm talking to somebody you can't see, I'm talking to somebody in the other chats. Which I think both of you are experiencing right now. We do get a lot of folks that just listen. It's not what we want. It looks kind of cool, but it's not what we want. Which is rapidly becoming the mantra of this stream. All right, again, though, we need to determine the rate of change in the radius of the circle. We're changing the radius of the circle over time. That's what we're changing. The angular velocity at the edge, that's what it is, angular velocity, at the edge of the circle needs to increase in proportion to the increase in the radius, the circumference of the circle accordingly. So, we have the circumference is equal to, pi radius squared here. So if I increase the radius a little, that's going to increase exponentially, which will increase the circumference accordingly. And we determine a ratio to apply that would be affected over time. So the radius is increasing at the rate of the speed. So a square times speed times delta. That's how much the radius increases each time. We solved the sine wave. And for those that missed that, let's put that in there just to show it. We solved the sine wave. Currently have move spiral. So let's just move right here. Well, we had solved it. Actually, wait a minute. One minute. That's not what I was looking at. S-curve. Sine wave. The spiral is the one that we don't have yet. Here is the S-curve formula. So we're taking delta and we're increasing our essentially our iteration value, which goes from 0 to 2 pi. 2 pi being a full cycle on a on the waveform. Our amplitude is a base square value, like the squares on the screen. And we're increasing that by the scale, but we're also scaling it with speed. Because if we don't do this, the amplitude tightens as the frequency increases. So then we get our cosine using the iterative value here. We increase it by amplitude. So time ticks faster with frequency. And the arcs are bigger with that. So then we apply the rotational, we apply like an angular force accordingly based on the y value that results. So that one's working nicely, and based on that, if you look, the horizontal velocity of the sine wave is the same. And this is kind of a principle that I want to keep. Your formula, mate, was what I needed to look at to get this working. 2 pi was one of the missing ones, the missing concepts, but I needed to look at that to actually get to this point. But if you watch, every time one spawned, they line up. These both have the same horizontal speed value. Well, they have the same multiplier. But yeah, I feel good about that one. Now let's go to the one I feel bad about. We'll put random direction here because we don't want that. This is the one that's not working right now. I've got an idea on how to actually make it work. This spiral is supposed to go outward steadily. Now we're getting some of it. But the speed of this projectile needs to be increasing such that we're matching the horizontal velocity. So, we need to increase the radius by proportional to the speed that we're moving. As such, it's going to increase the size, the circumference of it. Which means the angular speed, the speed at the edge, needs to increase as the radius increases. So I need to make sure that this is proportional. So we start with this as our radius. Going to continue thinking on this in a moment. Got to take a short break here. And we're back. That could be the case, mate. An Archimedean spiral could actually be what we're doing. Wouldn't be able to tell you. Let's verify kitty location here. I think Mason is claiming the best spot. Hello, Sammy. So we need to determine the initial angular velocity, which is 0. So the starting velocity is 0. Then we need to determine the change in it. So by increasing the radius, so let's say the prior radius was this. Then our increase would be I times that times that. Which is the same as this. Now, not quite. Not quite. But let's continue it out this way. Now, we're assuming a constant speed. It is not a constant speed. But we want to try to figure out what the difference between each one would be. And then eventually, no, it would each time increase by this amount. So each time the circumference over pi is equal to, the iteration times this. So circumference over pi is increasing each time by this value, right? And if we're moving around it at a uniform rate, so this is the distance. Don't really know the distance between loops at this point. We know how much the radius is increasing per unit time. And that is this. The default distance of a square times the speed multiplier times the amount of time that has passed in seconds. So our initial angular velocity is 0. But it will increase proportional to this guy. So if we look at it as fractions of the circumference, entirely as fractions of the circumference. So right now, we're moving at a rate of 1/12 of the circumference. Let's pretend that this is true. And we're always going to move steadily according to that. So we're going to keep the last angle stuff in place. Right there. We're not changing it. We're moving around at 1/12. So so that's c over 12 times pi, right? So 1/12 of the circumference is equal to 1/12 of that. And this is the rate of change. This is how much this algorithm is changing each time. So in theory, this should be true, shouldn't it? I suppose it must be, Mau Mau. If it is the case, then happy Pride Month to everyone else too. I have been seeing a lot of people posting rainbow flags of different types. That. This isn't quite right, is it? No, this isn't quite right. All right, that's where we are. This part increases each time. So each time we're increasing the circumference by this squared, right? But is that the same? Yeah, that's not the same. Because that would be static. And it's not. What I'm trying to do is avoid storing off a value here, but I think we need to. I think we need to store off our steady sum of this. That could make it easier. So if we do radius coming in is increased by that. This is the pace at which it moves to the side, essentially. Okay. So then our circumference This will bother me. Just a second. Okay. Circumference. There we go. Call it edge speed. Okay. So this is kind of how fast we want to be moving. We're still rotating at the same pace and in the same way. So we're going to take a vector down, and we're going to multiply it by our edge speed instead. We rotate it, then we apply it. Well, that's not working. Neom. That's right about working. Okay, some of them are flaking out because I'm not clearing the variables, but... Okay, so we've got speed in here. We don't need decay anymore. Oops. Now they're not appearing at all. It would imply that they're moving straight to the right there. This is 3.2. Edge speed is 0. Shouldn't be possible. Was edge speed 0? Okay, so what we're doing is we're storing it up and saying like, okay, this is the accumulated radius of the spiral. That radius is increasing over time based on the speed value that we've got, which is, technically this is 96. By a speed multiplier and then by how much time has passed, we're increasing it. We're calculating the circumference. Now, based on base angle change here, and like this is proportion of a circle. So we're saying this fraction of the circumference is how far we need to move within this period of time. We update the angle, like the rotation, based on that angle, that change in angle here. We trim it down to 0 to 360. We get the force of the rotational speed here, the angular momentum here going on. And so we're taking down as our starting point, and we're multiplying that by the speed that we need to do to keep that proportion of the circumference eaten within that slice of time. It's technically slightly slower than it should be, because delta is the delta of the prior physics frame. So this is how much speed transpired between 2 frames ago. So we're calculating a current frame, and we won't know the delta between the last frame and this frame until we're done with this calculation. So we're dealing with the last delta here. This is slightly slower, but that's universally true. So we're getting that speed in place. That's how fast we need to move within this period of time. Within this same period of time. Then we're rotating that force accordingly. So it's not going straight down, it's going around the edge of the circle. And we apply that force. We have broken something. Because now it's not moving. Okay. So once again, edge speed is 0. Circumference is a number. Base angle change is 0. Why is base angle change 0? Oh. Oops. Let's fix that. I am gradually increasing the speed. That's what we're accomplishing by this. Woo! Not gradually, though. Nope, still increasing. Okay, we're still a little off. Still a little off. So this will be the whole radius of the circle as of this moment. We want our current angular velocity to cover this fraction of it within that time. So first we're discovering that fraction. We're increasing the last angle. We're trimming it down to some value between 0 and 360. We're applying the force here. I think this speed needs to be times delta. But I think our value is off here, because we're really speeding it up. Edge speed is way too high. We do this again. It's accelerating, but too fast. It's not how much space. Hey there, Rambly. No, it's still accelerating way too quickly for what we're trying to accomplish here. No worries, mate. No worries. it's anything like last time, that's what's going to happen is after stream, I'm going to come up with the way to do this. For those just joining us, we're making a game right now, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to make a algorithm that will track a spiral of movement such that the horizontal velocity, like if I were to just say to track the radius of the spiral, that will be moving at a given speed, which requires that the actual rotational speed, the angular velocity of the object moving, needs to increase over time, proportional to the change in the circumference of the circle. But we're not getting that. Oh. We need to apply this too. We need to actually apply this. Okay, so we need to get this direction and increase it by this. Yeah. Is equal to that. Vector 2 is equal to direction direction 2. It's normalized. I think normalized is not cheap. Anyway. We need to apply that outward force too. It's not doing anything. That's not right, though. We do need this direction. Have our outward force. We have our edge force. Force. We had this. It was working. And then we broke it, and I don't know where I broke it. So if we were just to apply this outward force, then that should move it only to the right. I'm going to hide the purple ones for the time being here. Okay. So this is the increase in radius. We increase the radius by the movement speed each time. We change the angle by that much. I actually want to move by that much. And then we need to apply the force at the edge. Oops. It's still arcing too quickly. It's entirely wrong. This is what fraction of the circle that we need to cover. So this should be times delta. Hey there, Dee Dee. Welcome. Nope, still wrong. I had it. I had it and I broke it. So the radius is expanding way too fast. So let's temporarily say 1. Let's say faster than 1. Let's get here. Oh, okay. Our radius increase, so our movement rate is 3.2. Our edge speed is much lower than that. Stored off radius is 3.2, yeah. Then our angle change is 1. Weird that it's 1. It's about right. It's weird that it truncated it like that, but base angle change. Yeah, that's still 1. I'm guessing it's just truncating. For the UI, but not in actuality. Still weird. Finding we're finding the corresponding fraction of the circumference. So this should be a 1/12 of it. That's not right. No, that's about right. That's about right. So this first time our circumference that we come in, our circumference is 32. Second time should be the same projectile. Our circumference is 128. Doesn't seem right. Three times 36, that should be like 1/8. .14. IR squared should be circumference. Starts as 32. We come in, our radius is what? Let's round up and say 10. So 30, yeah. Second time we come in, our radius is 6.4, which should be like 49 times 3 for a circumference. Yeah, that's about right. Edge speed is 0.3. We apply an outward force, which is always about the same. The edge speed is increasing more than I'd want. No idea, gaming. No idea. Then can't read that. Wait. Yeah. By 0.3. That's weird. Edge force is not doing much here. .48. Okay, it is starting to increase. It was a little wonky at the beginning. Well, there you go. We're gonna cull a variable here. Neum indeed. We want it to go slower. It's the problem. It's accelerating wildly. It should accelerate. As far as it'll speed, the rotation speed will increase because we want to maintain the effective horizontal velocity. It doesn't have to. But I feel like it should. That's where we were. Said, we had it moments ago. And by moments, I mean like probably more than an hour at this point. We had it. And I changed something, and I don't know what it was, and I'm trying to get back there. I'm going to reduce the number of variables here. Now, what we're calculating currently, just to go through the algorithm here, we're way past that, sadly, Tess. I've made hundreds of small changes since then. I is correct. We tried undoing a couple of times, and it just didn't go back at right around the time of the issue. Speed should be a very small number. Like, this is just increasing too much. It makes sense that it should accelerate. But it's like it's getting out of control is the problem. So, like right there, that's about right, and then it just goes bonkers. Let's... The radius is increasing by a very small amount. We're getting this neat little squiddly thing. Okay, we are increasing the radius much more slowly here. Much more slowly. This isn't quite right because we're applying a rightward force, and it's not a rightward force. We're going to speed it up a tiny amount more. Still something fundamentally wrong with it. I mean, not really, but... I think there's a divider that we need to put in somewhere. So the movement speed scales with speed. This is the expansion of... So this is the rate that the radius is increasing in size. This should, if I were to just apply movement rate here, let's get the change out of there. If I just put movement rate here, oops. We'll just put the outward force because it's unrotated. This is just the rate of radius increase. What we're trying to do is make it so that the spiral, every time it comes around and hits that right, that it hits the corresponding spot that this is at. So here, let's put... We're going to put our reference bubble back in place. So this is the purple one and the pink one at the same time. They're overlapping perfectly. If I go into our spiral, first we apply only the edge force. Zooms off into oblivion. This is going way too fast too early. So there's something wrong here. So this is the edge velocity is static. We were so close. Let's just cull that right down and see if we can... There's some flaw in the expansion of the radius. Because we should be getting something that can hit this on a regular basis. Let me make sure that I haven't put some oddity in this. Okay. Still at 1. Speed is irrelevant. And we're rotating it at 30 degrees per unit. So it's 30 degrees times delta. So we increase the last angle. We get our circumference here, which should be the edge of the circle, pi r squared here. Now we need to determine which fraction of the circle we're targeting. And we're saying that that is the 360 divided by the angle change. And we divide the circumference by that. So if it were the full 30, it would be a 1/12 of it. Now, it's not going to quite move in that way. It's going to move in a wider arc because of this. But still. This is only relevant when we're rotating. Earlier, just to keep all the angle changes together. So if we say it only moves as far as delta, isn't quite right because we're fractioning it further. So we should see some warp back in this. Why do you mock me? Why did it work there? Why did it work there? So, this is kind of what it should be doing. See, each time it's hitting one. So if we reduce the frequency of these guys, wait 5 seconds before one appears. Yes, I acknowledge you, Sky. I do. So this thing should speed up and eventually intercept this. Okay, not quite. We're not quite there, but we're very close. I think we're actually way closer than I thought. Let's slow both of them down. Nope, that's still very wrong. Movement rate should have... The expansion rate of the circle decreased, but we just saw the radius, like the actual angular speed of it, greatly increase. Like, the radius is increasing. Okay, it exits right about here at 0.5. Right over in this radius. So, third square up. Let's put it back at 0.5. Right. Was I targeting the right variable there? Right. Spiral, both at 0.5. Okay. So speed is definitely impacting the expansion radius, but our edgeward velocity is still way too fast. We're going to have the edge speed here and show what happens. See, we're still building up way faster than we should. There's something about this process that is wrong. It's just expanding out way too fast. This is accounting for delta. Radius already, the increase in radius already takes into account delta. Hey there, crazy. We're trying to make a spiral properly function here. So the goal of it is that this little pink one that appears should hit the purple one. But it's going way off into oblivion and being removed. Even if we slow them both way down, yeah, it's going way faster than it should. So where in this process are we going wrong? Still feels like it's this edgeward force here. Giggles for a moment. Same issue still. Why? But why? We're only incrementing by a small angle each time. Should be identical. So this way we're getting essentially a percentage of what percentage of the arc we're dealing with, which should be a percentage of the circumference. Which gives us our speed. Which we are applying a delta to here. Let's move it up here for now. Hey there, Cookie. Welcome. We're developing a game here. And that's going to involve a lot of code and math. Don't worry. If you don't know what's going on or you can't help solve the problem, that's not what we're here for. We're all kind of learning together. We're just experiencing it. And the thing that we're working on right now is a lot of math. We are trying to plot movement along the edge of a spiral such that the increase in the radius of the spiral is consistent along a particular speed. So the radius increases at, let's say, 10 units per second. That means that the object tracing the spiral should periodically intercept the edge of that spiral at that speed. So every now and then it should hit it. It's not going to do that consistently, but we should regularly hit that edge. Now we could accelerate it even further, but we're still having problems there. Now we could say we wanted to do a full 360 within this unit of time, such that it's hitting that radius each time, that marker at the same pace, which would be a incredible speed multiplier. And we would be changing that speed each time. And lowering this down doesn't really help it. Well, an early happy birthday to you then, Cookie. Can't always be to the right. get that combined force in there. We're actually applying the change in the radius here. But it's still coming in too far out. Am I doing this? I don't know. I'm just throwing something at the wall here. We are greatly decreasing the edge speed. I don't know. Do not know. Well, I think we need to think on this a little further, folks. And, you know, I don't want to bore you too much, as I have for the past couple hours, apparently. I would expect. But I'm going to need to think on that. Spiraling and circling are two things we're going to need to get a grasp on. If we can get spiraling, then circling shouldn't be too far off. Because with spiraling, we're increasing the radius. With circling, we're not. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Already have some thoughts. But we'll go from there. We'll go from there. In the meantime, I do hope everybody had a good time watching, regardless of all of the math fail. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, considering following and subscribing, all that good stuff. It'll help you find more content like this in the future. And with that, I hope to see you again next time. That will be on Tuesday, assuming I can keep my schedule for once.